No, it's just that there's like a massive.
Okay, it's sent.
Okay,
Is that yours for 8:30?
yeah. Did everyone get it?
No.
Okay.
Go back to last year. Yes. The 9-minute one. This one too, just in case.
Is anyone not good? Good? Okay. Advantage one is maritime law, autonomous maritime vehicle selection and vessel status, opening a governance calculating the conference U.S. Coast Guard regulation and destroys vulnerable 23. Unmanned vessels spread the problems of maritime laws and national law that change the operating regulation tax law. The vessels operate with the regulation others. Law first agree the collective regulation U.S. service and vessel operating national frameworks and the vessels operating technically the APRT are to weigh in lieu of lower southern companies of the agreements that work this, which is similar for the business in addition to what the sources are understand that considers and likely to use to time and tested that reflects to need for sources for the investment for the vessel the USG has not way to look at the secret specifically the question of whether ABC legally vessels to be addressed for the strategy for ABC only legal status unifies conflicting frameworks lack of a vessel clarification makes operating with the maritime law impossible. Paragraph 21 regulations wide covering the collision crewing pollution consistency with the way the cruise ships only the rights of the challenges of classification for the mass as mass to the application is key issue of the covering of what all vessels has to be massive vessels over the collision solar system over the definition and constantly the safety includes design safe operation technical design to software these regulations seems to be clear in the regulation article. I can see the broad definitions of articulation clearly defined in my policy. That's what I was in vessel liability to figure the discussion generate the chance for commercial use of clarifying the deliverability includes that flexibility of comedy the second versus the changes for the starting house not to operating outside of maritime law precludes autonomous operations like 22. ABS for the reality of it all of it for the attention for the unaccepted vessels as the globally accepted framework to cover the strategy for commercial obligations includes the constitution of the seas if it includes and implement the UAV will take this to back and responsibility will not exist for any passage to fly for the vessels to reface or recognize the same issue for obligations to fly with the law of the force whether being includes the tier actually possible national and international law probably apply the clarification message she may including clear standard both development and deployment would be completely stifled. A U.S. first move is key Macron's point this whether the various UAVs international domestic laws when they were against the UAVs including with the U.S. pursuit and no other constitutional and or possible with the legal state UAV will be several shows the U.S. facility based on with CIL. Autonomous shipping creates the damage supply chains, cushioning shocks, time, 20 years, etc. Weather, finance, operating business, and traffic supply, demand, uncertainties, constantly changes, 37% optimization, shipper, change how increasing the challenges, accidents, disrupting of the disasters, every areas of humans, factors that complexity for the vulnerabilities, transition programs, the algorithm, theater, answers, so the major change, business, word, emergent, agents, optimizing, optimization, capabilities, folly, floating answers, persisting administration, the optimized level of system, communicate, agile and sustainable, shocks, collapse, maritime security, extension for cyber war, infrastructure collapse, in disasters, late 20 SPS, as part of the massive for the hard solving, and systems with the advanced resilience of speed of the cyber that has the IP, the secrets of warning, is granted nuclear power trees, the MTS, responsible 90% of the stream, loss of the cyber, because the cyber, the secret, the APs, like one of the piece of the attack, the threat existing, considering the Chinese IP, the threat of promoting, because the birth and impacts the security, powerful defenses, equal level, and the target can be easily surrounded that cyber security having the unknown upon about ideas for the moves of Pentagon of the cyber tech, constantly agri war, because the responses to society over the fallout, who the environmental changes, the health impacts are in conflict and sensitivity of the terrorists, we could have an infrastructure, U.S. personal level, we leave to the shortage of sizes and water, Iran, Russia, and Korea, political works, disaster for the issues, solar mass resources, scarcity, criminal activity, increasing common military advice circuits, tsunamis and pandemics, in particular, will upends for petroleum supply, extinction, burst of missiles, evolving targeted all with it, there's different types of LNG tankers require the protection of reasons happening for the existential tension that implemented insecurity, kinetic threat, the Mediterranean versus the petroleum, a competition in Israel, Egypt, Greece, and Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, and the EC and SES, that externally fear influence of criminality and the extraditional power influence the structure of the world will be open to the maritime, shipping will remain the terms of versus the honor of an intelligence plan, but demand that America, Europe, Africa, the United Nations, connected with existential risk and the risk of the Russian will power level of the rear risk, autonomous missiles, provide deep sea mining that offsets REM shortages by 2010 UTS, will only be viable to the rear targets the REMs that are critical batteries, especially vapor batteries, which are that laser choice the earth, otherwise burning the hours and UMVs rather than increasing the least colors are opposed to the best, of course, the new laws regulation, of course, the answer with the UMVs are also not only regulating the regulation for the EIS for the pollution situation, need to be done for the safety. World War III and 2021, the temperatures for earth vessels to secure protection, the geopolitical trouble, the GC, by the conduct, the echoes, the ponies, the chocolate, the little too late, the few comes through the joker, the exporters from the Aztec growth, the advanced reliance, increasing combined with the honey, so it's hard to see this. Also, World War III, autonomous shipping, as the industry volatility, otherwise extinction from demographics, pandemics, and resource crunch, for also 22 seconds until they have unhindered volatility from related to the pandemic threat, first extinction of the chamber, that volatility prices capture the rates of investment, that investors use lower than investment from the risk of charges, the question of environment, shipping, the transition of the entire planet, so it's economy by increasing population noise from the state organization, the world will keep liberating, you want this society, show this truth, reproduction rules, population, the democracy, rising automation, has multiple economies, the shipping autonomy, automation, is optimization, time is opportunity, because the markets is reduced, work looking currently over the future, sustainable population, need a sustainable transfer, body, motors, operator, have to change the quality, health prices, one side with uncertainty, lifelines, the progress of life, itself, the rich of winner, the battle of the security, super, innovation, time, judgment, ever surrender, whether the U.S. led legal regime, solace, and we, the troops globally, make calls for 3 new indications of CIL, resulting in the U.S. to be leading with it, UME, legal regime, the U.S. is violating the laws, is where the UME was on the item, where the Senate, the cultural research, the U.S. is placed between the U.S. is unclear whether the navigation from the UME, will receive the recognition, U.S. is incorporating UMEs and privately leading the way and status, and across other states, to follow an advantage to naval power, autonomous vessels are an inflection point for naval warfare, overcome technical constraints, but only with clear legal status, so 23, survival of the promises, function of the Russian trying to run, and create for the volatile security, the U.S. is willing to distribute the naval forces, determine the AS, determine the British transformations, the government culture, is no longer the neighbor will emerge, but however, so the U.S. will the successful testing to AS, and reliability to integrate the Wagner rapidly, goes of the successful results, the enormity, the ability of the USVs to integrate the safely with the hyperview, when I was the operation of reset, these just the UV views to the applicants, rights and duties, resilience, targeting real time, the awareness, also traditional vulnerabilities, legal status, safety, crest out, granting U.S. economic survival, press the highest right environment for the main, best of the warfare, improvement of operations, the U.S. China, which is really large U.S. displays materials surrounding platforms, ours in the U.S. on the lowest of Chinese systems on the way on everything. It's a multi main culture that only route to bring the targeted distribution force, business lost from the single platforms, but still distributions are epic universities, employing stations, but legal starting media workers, racing duties, ensure navigation, literature, rights, cover by the CL, decline naval power towards ours, racing, and equal West China, Iranian station, judge, obviously, sailing to the North Star, Vermont, West, German, Australia, Japan, EU, the world is consolidated, lost the U.S. level power, most of the China, COVID, implement the country system, the interpersonal distrust fear, drawing the cooperation, the global situation, exists, will law to around the ultra predators are totally against likely there will be similar remote hold the powers in the war, where the clapping, clapping, where we might hours, safety wars, dark and warning, and then lost to Russia, able to the nuclear war, lives to receive the age of the China, who argue that these will not be sound, so the conflict, the evil, and the China, and the mistake, evidence, the tower, also sustaining the transformation, China, and China, and the district of Taiwan, makers, global research of the basic plan, goal of the America, read the papers of the Chinese place, a critical district of the ocean, our security has knowledge for business, and specifically true behavior capabilities falling behind, risk escalations for also review. Easiest Taiwan, building cycles to community, the generator, not only the whole Pacific, the India, articulated land sounds all over the long, the able to environment, and let's try to build with the global part of the global, obviously, yes, China, China, the global, the part of China's, your class table, grow, returns, her notice, that China's get Karen, and how will be loaded, but the United States, immerse, as part of the U.S. and Normal Island, run risk, transfer of the sea to superstation, China, orbiting, assisting to resources, and companies, the expense of the business, right sea, American summits with the global arts, and solution, the support, naval power stocks, the story for most closure, SSC's global alliances, 116 obvious leaders of the U.S. such as duty to uphold the obligations to allies and treaties, part of the security, other states' alliances, one protect every part of the alliance of the U.S. and the allied. As part of the gross, one new frequent every 65 dollars, secrets of control that try to fund life Chinese, the defense of the U.S. part of the debt, and the part of the alliances, wrestling the ideas, HBC roles, the Gulf States, Syria, the American entry run, naval organizations of the Arabian Gulf, and overlooked the trade which took is vital for the U.S. and HBC, like that, Robert Science, goes to operate the war in the U.S. and never suffer from any to keep out those closure causes global nuclear war, the threat, tension, of commercial systems, this peace and revolution, purpose either is more things than this having to move open war for the United States, not just within nor in the U.S. release and outside experience of Britain, outside Japan, a great of the trade release, everything is over the energy sectors with respect to the mirror fest of alliance, supplying causes distinction, missile substitute, the two station alliance with the purpose is Russia, China, where I keep services that you implicit self and work position, testing America, engage with permanent states, without verb, is waiting for system reliability, or business with global also, where we say having massive other talk about release, 60, and release in Asia, talking about the over the U.S. is any sort of hesitation where the Georgia, Ukraine, NATO, EU, Japan, Australia, Vietnam, Philippines, Taiwan, Israel, to the Russians, and powers, the determine the multiple alliances, starts to be the one name onto this, there was a new force, independently strong alliances, and norms of trade, social cooperation, and strikes, a lot of list of actions, where secondary in the U.S. There is a role of constitutional institutions, democracy, in this issue, elucidability, system, number, that was part of this, with the financial races, bill states, proliferation, automation, other fuels, the level of other crystal council, the global, international, cooperate, role of the rest of security, law, and the organization, the level, or the capacity of person, becoming pales, and the rest of the Sweden, Cooperative, Japan, Europe, America, plus the growth of financial charges, autonomous vessels, ensure for up success, for 2021, that Congress for the Navy, plus one of that, unanswered sustainability, flexibility, and solution, asymmetric, controversial concerns, and is also the president of the lives, the protesting, conversation, please, overseeing the rules, one of the ratification actions with the rules, we associate like the U.S. and from our versus the global commerce and system, mitigating the weakness, and including the strategic life share, the vital access to photographs, while needing to show operations, visual systems, to easily refute the excessive claims of miscalculation, new life will be lost, and the isolation of advantage, unanswered sources, to stock garrison, and some of the asphalt to litigate that, as far as the U.S. Navy, under the China, Washington, Navy, one, unanswered facilities, dispersion, North Dakota, dispersion, and failure, destroys global maritime.
Just read the plan now, and then go to the
plan the U.S. should vessel legal rights to vessels under maritime and Admiralty law to autonomous vessels that would otherwise comport with requirements for operations. The plan assess.
Those are the 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the plan is necessary. Crosscut 22 unclosed. Well, Crosscut 22 unclosed the the domestic law that I love resistant rights, decision rights, upon the flag, whether the crime can be worse or worse, or only violence of the volition rights, the opposite of attacks rights. So he said, GT must have the position where the sides of the U.S. is over, so there's the volition rights, how the Navy are worse that the U.S. is crime for the worst, and nothing close to the physically over UFEs, or remotely violate so long for the U.S. can be remotely made to be worse into island density, worse in terms of the ability to such focus of volition rights, only worse to fulfill the blockade capture. And it's actually the U.S. is already worse, it's only worse in the actions of other CDL, and you view what the shop may be seen here in the craft itself. And that's marked at craft itself. That was Crossfed 22.
I'm going to reply to the email with them saying it was marked there. I already sent the plan.
Okay, cool. We're gonna take prep with the plan and then, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
you're
take
good.
questions.
Where was it?
States.
Craft
Craft
itself.
itself.
Okay, 8. Okay, are you good? Okay, I want to start asking about how this legal regime gets applied to other countries, right? So these rights are established in the United States. How does that stop any adversary or ally from doing whatever they're doing?
Adversaries and allies are aware the U.S. thinks autonomous vessels that meet operational requirements are bestowed the status of vessels and ships. Adversaries and allies can do with that what they will, but they've respected those rights for ships for the last several decades.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm asking about your McCarl evidence, which seems to be the internal link to this like supply chains argument about global supply chains, as well as all of your arguments about the law of this like the law of the sea treaty on the Pedroso evidence. Like, how does the plan lead to other countries also adopting formal recognition of these autonomous vessels?
Two things. The first and very important one is that we don't think it needs to. The second is that McCarl evidence says the U.S. creates a norm of custom.
Well, and relating to the
that's a
supply
word.
chains
Like
argument
why does it
also-
create a word of custom? Like, why would any of these countries follow on?
It says the U.S. derives these rights from maritime and admiralty law. That is the definition of customary law, where the U.S. says there exists this norm, we are using it to justify X practice. That is how law has evolved for the last several decades.
Sure. The Pedroso evidence, it's specifically talking about how like the U.S. must conduct naval patrols, how it has to extend regulations about collisions, cruise, pollution to autonomous vehicles. What part of any of this requires rights?
All of the governance frameworks that you just listed now require ship and vessel status. So the reason
Why?
all of those
Why can't you
regulations-
just pass
all of those
collision regulations or
all
crew
of those
regulations?
only apply to things that are ships and vessels. That is what is unclear now. That is why
Okay,
it's
like
unclear
but
whether or
like
not those
in
things
the world of fiat, where we can just
you
fiat
could
collision
say,
regulations and
put
crew
these regulations
regulations.
for autonomous vessels. The problem is those vessels would lack navigational rights. They would lack the right to carry cargo, the right to bury the flag of a nation, the right to enter foreign waters.
What if we just didn't call those rights?
Well, they would be violating maritime law. The U.S.
Why?
would say, we are now throwing out the international maritime legal regime
I'm
and
a
saying
little
we
bit.
can send
I
AI
find
robots
this
into
claim.
your waters.
I find this claim a little bit incredulous that throws out maritime law.
It would
What
literally
card-
violate-
Okay,
What
every
card?
legal principle
What
in
card?
maritime law.
What card will you show the judge that says that if the United States just provided collision regulations for this new, different kind of ship that would overhaul
I would say the
international
first
maritime
three,
law?
Brett,
Okay,
Parker,
Brett.
and Lange. And I think a good line from Lange is that if you don't have the recognition of this status, trading, for example, is factually impossible.
I don't. Where?
Quote,
If
Literally, quote, trade are
wait, but
factually
why?
impossible.
What's the
There's some more
what's the
before that.
warrant for that?
no country would have any legal reason to
No.
let an American ship into their jurisdiction because it lacks ship and vessel status. They have no ability to go
So if we just give them a different reason, why wouldn't that solve?
I mean, look, you can try to bribe the countries all you want, but it's going to take a lot to convince them just, UNCLOS, nix it. Norms of custom, nix
as
it.
opposed to the convincing signal of international law.
What do you
like I'm a
mean?
little
The
bit.
U.S. saying the established
Okay.
practice that we've always followed now applies to AI ships?
Sure.
Okay, once you sentence 9, advantage 1, advantage 2.
Rehearsal. Yeah.
I've not gotten the answer, just give me a second.
Okay, 1 second. We're starting 9.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll hand you the one you're supposed to read. So 853.
Okay, 8. Oh, is anyone not ready?
Said 9, 1, 2.
The first 2 tier
The
arguments are the
first two
same, so we're
same,
skipping
so
one.
like it's 8 off right
Okay,
now.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ready.
Topicality vested rights are immediate, absolutely, complete, unconditional, perfect within themselves, not dependent on contingency, that's the same for legal status, LE 23, vested rights of mine, rights of vested with the right has become property of some person must be absolutely, complete, unconditional, perfect, not dependent on contingency, considered interest, found on continuous, of these laws, right, created no vested rights, person no vested right, maintaining status, statute reducing age, majority is not impaired, vested rights, the plan changes legal status, which subsequently affects entitlements that are contingent upon the status that's legally distinct from vested rights, 75, majority, minority status for the vested right by reducing age, majority, the legislature affected as civilians, entitlements from created persons because of age, claim, title, court, no vested right, status upon which depends on a particular court of particular status, he's no longer entitled to claim space upon his status, neg, one claim meaning sexual, untouchable, should lose automatically, predicting the overall balance of limits and ground is difficult, but everyone has the words, the resolutions, and some are two limits, there are imminent legal statutes that the app could extend to three topic areas, three ground topic generics depend on rights expansion, not changing status law. Next is the advantage kind of plan the United States should substantially fund able to turn its autonomous successful development and commit to abiding by international maritime and morality law and regulate collision, crew standards and pollution regulation of sea for autonomous vessels and provide monetary diplomatic incentives to global countries to extend the legal right. Bestowed vessels of under maritime and admiralty to launch autonomous vessels that would otherwise comport with requirements for operation. Next, the honorable will pick the United States should unanimously pass legislation giving legal rights bestowed to vessels under maritime and admiralty to launch autonomous vessels that would otherwise comport with requirements for operation, including non-binding promise and not repeal the legislation that competes vast and completely unrepealable. Article 21 meaning of vested fixed settled absolute not subject to defeated anticipated continuous of laws not constantly vested and what serves vested is defined compete permanence. And the counterplan has a binding effect without being legally unrepealable. Mitchell and Congress has power to interest by specifying unrepealable the resolution of moral political influence space for repealing its effects by Congresses by affecting non-being sexual continuous unconstitutional laws are difficult to repeal every statute render some action unless it's politically convenient so long as it remains formally possible effect can not present constitutional problems. And the unrepealable nature of the plan causes infinite retrenchment, destroys legislative power and democratic rule rewards instruments key and three legislative retrenchment prevents Congress from enacting laws alter procedure for laws or statute that prohibits repeal destroys legislative powers no stopping by legislative retrenchment every law could reduce legislative power because that process repeated until legislation exceeded and the legislative power and effectual preclusion of provision or repeal would be allowed no constraint least little for the democratic rule. And entrenchment circumvention, existential risk, pandemics, disasters, terrorism require flexible response before all 21 entrenchment can't prevent the addressing issues, innovative new problems arise, legislators have incentive to take action, but entrenchment prevents acting governments and capacity to legislative assembly to respond to evolving health crises, disaster, terror. If entrenchment purposeful laws preclude deploying necessary solutions to emergencies, entrenchment can undermine confidence, invite circumvention, destroy institutional structure, repeal by its effect, dangers, president, alterable law can raise suspicions, undermining confidence. Next is the Farm Bill. The United States should pass the Farm Bill 2023 Farm Bill will pass now by negotiations are tense by partisanship is key to overcome narrow congressional margins held 325 Farm Bill season 23 negotiations, House and Senate white draft, then be reconciled can lead to tense negotiations, Democrats control Senate, and Republicans control the House and Senate's evidence voice for shift negotiations and passions. The plan causes fights. Elliot 22 personhood is a controversial topic, long-standing Morales underlying legal personhood and toward topics can argue very level legal person getting rid of regular personhood just that people that becomes directly divisive for rational extending to what is not human. The Farm Bill, speed of food security and ag innovation do all 215 Farm Bill ensures abundant food supply, protecting food supply, vital to our nation's security. Bill is the largest source of funding for critical research about country needs to fuel innovation that helps us grow feeding population for fundamental security of our country. And food insecurity goes nuclear code 22 humans have fought over food for 20,000 years. Food and land security, private drivers, ironic, public hunter, so ultimate government failures, more than refugee crisis. The G regions of the world are high risk of food failures, complex future from riots and nuclear war. Next, the jurisdiction, DA personal jurisdiction limits where defendant may be sued in based on purposeful conduct of a particular state that's impossible for non-human persons. Necessitating expansion of jurisdictional rules beyond the human cornerstone. McCluskey 18, human is capable of personal abandonment to satisfy minimum context, personal jurisdiction. A robot cannot have intent without intent, no personal abandonment, no personal jurisdiction. Robots cannot have home, only location, personal jurisdiction, assuming human entities, no way to serve them as a complete use tag jurisdiction, instead of complete conceived, good advances, give robots, will establish doctrine, establish residency, intent as cornerstones, all these doctrines, intent, future design of human actors in mind. Federal and state procedures, transpersonal, there's strong norm treat all entity types as the same procedural rules that differ from substantive law variation. McCluskey 14 normative and federal and state procedural regimes treat all entity types equally under transpersonal all norm procedural devices as all types of the entities, all entities be subject to same procedural orders under same standards and the litigant form is a strong many entity types have abilities to be sued that tells a little about procedures applied during litigation and causes ripping form shopping national effects from 14 well design jurisdiction rules intended design affects rules to minimize bias poorly constrained design personal jurisdiction encourage future truthful detention rules matter state litigants state parties loose rules that allow plaintiffs to choose one many courts give judges and instead of be permitted during litigation upon number of motivation judges can have financial impact potential defendants can excess of care based prices exit the market form shopping disrupts delicate balance and prevents innovation more and one form shopping increase in particularly law application increase like the parties IP rights are critical and surpassing take innovation value lies in exclusivity and stability of forces and efficient or predictable patents value decreases cycling innovation that will versus R&D to litigation costs uncertainty will decrease innovation by really expanding contracting back to exclusivity two possible scenarios result either promote innovation both motivate incentives for securing the patent to be careful balance of structure promote innovation extinction breakthrough innovation key fund stronger 22 innovation vitally supposed in terms of commercial values or innovation only values wars can really pay the same type of geopolitical landscape and unprecedented challenges global issues climate change overall water shortage loss of body food security and the idea is that the innovation towards society desirable goals and response to the great challenges of our time. Next is the complexity critique the linear forecasting ignores the overwhelming complexity of nature of human systems cause cascading policy failure Ferguson 22 models simulate process determine the complexity engage in deliberate simplification of like adding variables to your model is possible to use strong any questions so dignify the calling of predictions in the world it becomes the complexity of process data behavior nonlinear relationships in the tail distribution characterized by dispersed interaction multiple agents like a centrally controlled in absence of and like limit small input can reduce major change cause relationship nonlinear so conventional models such as trend analysis of little use systems are related on determinate sequences of assistance experience or structuring scales impossible to predict flapping over filings could set off or tornado considered national politics cycles of history the race artificial construct superimposed by authors this reform more predictably than existing failure model is independent of others policy carries potential
potential for collapse, major upheavals with legislative low frequency events located in the details of distribution, and the alternative is to embrace complexity only by rejecting research projects rather than Newtonian determinism can be built sustainable futures. Burn in 20th century has seen the failures of progressive knowledge development problems could not be addressed with the Newtonian frames. Types document violence and conflict, social impact approach was taken to distribute how draw implications, changing epistemic status of uncertainty and epistemological from previous confidence and prediction rather than opposing frames that torture and uncertainty. The world will be described as it is fundamentally rewriting the situation. We do not understand systems only how to conceptualize systems differently. We require avoiding verification, establish a systemic commitment to simply radical shift, emphasize relations and processes where how the change occurs only ways rather than variability. Model to the end of the world, living side potential rather than adapting existing structure, knowing how to reframe and normal times to expand such a transformation. Unrealistic these are not normal times. Policy theory takes to recognize emergence of features too central and both making implementation widely running of education, raise issues of evidence. We need to pre-practice for understanding times of change of science, others impending climate catastrophe, and next the sovereign immunity counterplan. The United States should hold that vesting legal rights bestowed to vessels under maritime and admiralty law to autonomous vessels that would otherwise comport with requirements for operations on lawful on the grounds there cannot be non-human legal persons and foreign sovereign immunity for foreign states. When we're in 15th sovereign fiction in which states a legal person consequence follows such immunity from legal enforcement and sovereign immunity limits ability state sovereignties and law maintain fiction legal person as real creators and non-enforcer claim strength of legal fiction based on legal addresses sustained. That's sustainably finance Ukraine's defense absent foreign aid. Russian wins call 1216 easy solution. Russians such rate reserves have been frozen should be used for Ukraine republics when separating link trace when the war will be war with Russia next lesson sovereignty the weight of averting Russian funds laws should be changed times of the essence of leading prevent Ukraine from the war of self-supplying them aid Russian victory in Ukraine cause extinction for 12 Putin friend the survival of species Putin succeeds really the world of financial global order autocrats democracy will force military war and disease will be Putin's thought that the global order would be strengthened. Next advantage one.
No. We can read new impact, but we can't read new off. Read this T argument instead of local.
Okay. Topicality, legal rights are negative, rights are positive, unsocial 2P, negative, concept of rights is held by national courts, extensive positive concept, and NDT legal jurisprudence with regard to legal rights, classic, negative rights, social idle rights, classic, positive entitlement, this examination, shows the validation between generous interpretation, positive rights, and a narrow commitment to minimal inventions, a violation of the positive right, the one limits the scope of positive rights is massive, including 100 possible causes, make cases, make the neg research possible, hurting fairness, which is intrinsic to ground, all topic neg arguments are on the AFF get harder to interfere and control AI, nature, animals, love, positive rights, and versa, core controversy, the topic text class, which is key to making any portable skill meaningful, advantage one doesn't solve shipping, can't stabilize shocks and prevent other countries interfering with routes. No impact. Lambert 23 whether events cyber tax and physical tax raise concern overall organization really liability increase in number one and 100-year type events for plans for waiting type events that result in long duration always towers have been hardened resiliency making sure that we don't get long duration outages. National power grid of these three regions any issue that starts with cascading complete gas complete blackout wouldn't go beyond the individual level. No catastrophic cyber tax losing 20 catastrophic cyber remain imaginary catastrophic mass casualty cyber catastrophe requires technical skills accuracy officers serious uncertain and political actors U.S. ability to attribute their ability to unlinked risk mass retaliation market at-risk retaliation, textiles, natural disasters, Richard 15 innovation, helping to aid workers on the ground, advancing engineers, improving speed of which resilient structures are assembled, maintaining communications paramount, the project Google Enterprise and social mass help facilitate communication during disaster reports from UPS, coordinates for being sent to rescue teams on the ground, marketed teams on the grounds, no petroleum impact, member 16, oil wars, United States, major occupation, international investment, costs, reduce the payoffs of seizing foreign resources, profiting is impossible, petroleum prices are not available for all other countries, world, these observations, implications, between the ASEAN, ECS, is met and Arctic competition will not lead to common prices for resources generate higher costs, countries as war and senators producing FPFs for certain international costs remain high, the cost of raptors from China for oil, no China war, Denver, all 20, Washington, Beijing, Germany, record, grabbing headlines more likely drive for China's actions, many incidents arise that do not exist. New Chinese strategy since Beijing is pursuing opportunities, man's power does not explicit conflict with the U.S. market at sea, explicit conflict with the U.S. advantage. 2, no risk of run war hordes and 20 years of World War III overblowing, even after many factors remain on the ran and change through escalation from the potential of the sphere through mishelp. This type of escalation for winter explain targets really split by accident retail is not the same as war distinguished for tap from war involving troops, market at war involving troops that won't close.
Just don't mark
The straight blazer 17. Wrong ironically high risk of attempting to even vaccine with damage would damage Iran's interest in the critical source of income and any concern would mobilize an overwhelming international coalition against Iran Kuwait that would threaten the regime. There are global obstacles, waterways, white and deep mining without her detection would be hard, would only harass ships partially and temporarily, and missiles would have effective retaliation against Brazilian tankers. No one models the U.S. HEC Paris and 22 global relation and challenge to the U.S. The EU can impose its own regional global agreement of values on likely discriminating within the U.S. without working together discord about the breakdown of global infrastructure. Leadership is necessary even more models to formally clear technical organization take a lead through associations like the IEI. So one key issue is that extended government involving concern is about capacity of politicians, technical standards requires collaboration.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Politics aside, where's the evidence that the app has to be Congress?
We have read evidence generally about personhood being unpopular. The office personhood.
Okay, so you have to
argument that you may see that you're
so
not
you
Congress.
have to win the office Congress to win the PA?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
Because if you say that you're like the courts, we'll read links about the courts being
No,
controversial.
okay, but the link of
If you say they're in military,
court
we'll also
causes
read
massive
those.
fights. If it's in the courts, then who fights over what?
Well,
Like,
we
they
think that
just
the courts.
randomly
We think that the
fight
courts
over
are
the
necessarily
Supreme
tied to Congress, given like recent partisan like confirmation
Court?
battles.
Okay, I'm not sure your card says that. Okay,
well,
so
I mean,
the
you have
T
made the
argument,
argument that
okay,
JC
T argument, what's the violation?
Which T argument?
The vest.
The T rights argument is that the plan changes legal status, which is distinct.
Why?
Yeah, Abe, do you want to explain?
Yeah, so sort of just assigning the legal status to autonomous vessels that currently
But why?
exist for non-autonomous. What?
Okay, go on.
that does not exist for non-autonomous vessels does not mean that you vest rights. It just means that you change legal status.
Plan
Those are
vests, okay, I mean, where's, like, what's the warrant for that? Why does the plan not vest rights?
Because,
Like,
okay,
what's
I mean,
the
I'm reading through your
purpose?
solvency evidence now to establish this argument, but sure, like, plan text in a vacuum, like you've said some random things about rights in the plan text. That is not what the
Your
AFF does.
solvency advocate says rights and duties, so what's
No,
the
but
violation?
what the affirmative does is not just like grant individual.
What do we do that's different from that?
If you don't let me finish the question, then I can't answer
I mean,
it.
go on.
Okay, so we have read your solvency evidence. It specifically says that what happens is you just change, all you are doing is changing the status of these, like, you know, legal agents to something else, right? To now become similar to these non-autonomous vessels. That is very distinct from like what we are discussing in the context of rights and duties.
But the other question I had is for the jurisdiction, DA.
Yeah.
So can you explain the link in, like, you know, in the context of the act?
Yeah. The Mikulski evidence describes how federal and state procedural is transpersonal. So the way that like jurisdiction works does not work the same way it does in the status quo as it does in the context of the AFF, because there's no like particular home that autonomous vessels have. So it requires us expanding this like concept that the Mikulski evidence says like describes that process.
There's no home that vessels have. Okay, so currently all ships in the status quo can be sued, even though they're not human. Why does that not bump the DA?
They can be
They don't have homes or like origins.
well,
either.
because our evidence is about expanding like the
To
rights, the
non-humans,
expansion of
including
jurisdictional
ships.
rules beyond the human cornerstone. So like
Yeah,
expanding the way
ships
jurisdictional
are not
rules work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ships are not human, but sure.
Yeah, that's
the
the
question
argument.
I had was on the advantage counterplan. You said you would increase naval deterrence and like all this other stuff. So let's say, you know, the U.S. Navy decides to build, you know, a warship. Would that warship be able to go to war under the world of the counterplan?
I mean, it funds autonomous vessel development. I think that those would be able to like interact with other countries probably.
So you would let it, you know, just sail into other countries even if they say no?
No, it regulates collisions and like those scenarios.
Okay,
that
like
you
what
would
happens
describe.
if, let's say, you know, the U.S. builds a ship and it sails into another country's jurisdiction and the country's like, get out? Like, what is the counterplan do?
The counterplan, well, first, like the third link, I think, also addresses that.
All right, 10, you all skipped localities, right?
Yeah.
The other T thing? I will also send the prep. Walk behind you. I don't want to look at your screen.
You're gonna see the condo block.
I don't even think we asked. Okay, order, if everyone is good for that. Maritime law. Unstable. Okay, hold on. Maritime law, naval power, topicality, vest, the thing where it's like you just extend the status, you don't vest the rights, the first T argue they right. Then no positive rights, topicality, then the advantage counterplan, then the do it but not unrepealably counterplan, then the sovereign immunity counterplan, the Russia thing, then the complexity K, then Farm Bill, then federalism. Emory, you two have it? All the judges good to go? Sweet. 1NC1 itself shipping the U.S. the largest exporter controls key supply routes across this country's model pioneering move. 1NC2 Lombardo's not even close to our scenario. Failure to deploy AI ships ensures inevitable shocks because of scarcity and then resource waste and poorly coordinated trade. 1NC3 textile disasters is the point. It's enabled by AI ships. 1NC4 yes, petroleum impacts about scarcity, not prices. A sheer reliance forces energy good nations to lash out, secure the regime. 1NC5 China war defense doesn't describe RDMs or our scenario. All marked too early, all not applicable. Brand new answers to every piece of block defense. The other advantage. 1NC1 yes, war enclosure. Glacier describes military penalties that require naval flexibility to respond. Hormuz is unique, so only AI ships get the job done. Threat alone destabilizes assurance. Dropped impact. 1NC2 adversarial probing overcomes their general defense, causes escalation due to high overreactions and security dilemmas. Also disables co-op, which turns out benefits. 1NC3 no bottling evidence is generic about U.S. EU regulation. The plan is an extension of hundreds of years of maritime law, and it is specific to ships, which is well established field because necessity for trade. So there's mutual interest from other parties. Now, topicality. We meet their interpretation. Rights are vested in ships. The plan extends those rights, not just status. The ship's vest. It's a simple grant with no more requirements. Agreement 22 none. And investing for unchecked power. Read the full context for by 600 of history. The track institutions in charters, constitutions, and Soviet dictionaries. Vest claim it a simple grant, not exclusive or infeasible. Founders uses reflected range from all to partial. Legal rights are privileges from any law. Cornell Law 12. Privilege held as a result of statute or the law has legal enforceable claim. Vested right is imprecise, derived from property, not maritime law, not determined the rest. So we get new answers, destroys predictability, nav crowd, makes all manner of process and picks compete if limits outweigh. Counter-insure, bureau-insure plus RAF, no ground DA. The entity still receives authority, limit functional, mischeck their offense, and reasonability defense race to the bottom. The other T violation, we meet plan to vacuum legal rights, include positive rights. George 93 historians not doubt. Legal positive rights can easily be accounted for. Prefer it one after on topic is tiny, sci-fi, and excellent to the afternoons of expansive interm of rights to innovate. 2 predictability. All legal rights are positive rights because remedies Palo. In 10 definition of rights is on a view with human negative rights. All legal rights are positive when there's right. If there's remedy, undifferentiated rights only if wrongs be just by government. All rights with entitlements for rights for communities. Government would be parallel system. Every legal right implies a positive duty to enforcement. If limits are all that matter, cross-apply that stuff. 3 topic of adherence erases core cases like inventorship and AI in almost every nature animals after this year. Functional limits and reasonability applied here too. The advantage counterplan permutation do both. Permutation do the counterplan permutation to the plan. And all combos of planks. First plank is a contradiction. Funds AI ships in violation of maritime law. We get brand new answers to amendments. Regs fail. 1 navigation rights. The requirement of ILA. Otherwise, global movement is impossible. Lots lanes is critical for naval ops. That's cross-cut countries won't let them carry the U.S. flag or sail into their waters. Doubt them. They're barred from between foreign waters. And then ships will be seized. Norris 13 vital. Regimes available to ships. Question whether UMS will be entitled to rights in ships. Then passage focus entirely on ships. There's no support that non-vessel title rights in the passage. There's no other mechanism that would entitle non-vessel to enter waters of foreign state. If not, they consider UMS shipping entitled to assurance for jurisdiction. An ultimate rule of passage is the right available to ships, to warships only. They can exercise belligerent rights that is critical for broader naval operations, as well as coordination with allies. Anything short of it shatters resolve and assurance. The only 23 the heart of naval diplomacy lies firm dictation of a state's power goes hand in hand with exercises coalition opposite values while they acknowledge the navies to develop capabilities which contribute to stability. Good navies play a major role in conducting foreign ops. Their obvious advantages attack of one warships equivalent to attack a country itself. Yet any essential of using warships for signaling the diplomacy. There are ongoing debates over whether UAVs can be warships and have rights. Using USVs may be viewed as a question of which the U.S. is very carefully managed. Allies and adversaries likely to consider a step down and then resolve.
links to every net benefit, causes person to broadest for the last plank and deploys AI ships. Countries say no, it looks conflictual. They'll doubt why the U.S. isn't doing it. Our McCall evidence explicitly says the U.S. first move is key. The unrepeal counterplan, permutation do both. Permutation to the counterplan, permutation to the plan, the counterplan over something else that must compete by text and function. Key to AFF ground predictability and clash. Non-germane net benefits are bad. Break debate. Move to one anti-educational vest. Is defeasible. Sugarman 22 scars. Wrong piece to investing. That meaning of indefeasible. Doesn't solve. Not credible. We promise not to repeal, but simultaneously clarify it's not binding. It's totally out of step with ILAW because maritime law does bind all vessels perceived as a U.S. carve out. The absence of explicit vessel status leaves ships in legal limbo and makes it seem as though it's reversible. The resulting confusion destroys innovation, adoption as McCarl, and then Parker. Only status stops adversary exploitation. Must be definitive. Swain 18. The ability to adversaries will exploit uncertainty against U.S. operations and incentivize development. U.S. should work to recognition status as vessels. Strong imposed by states to act rules apply to all vessels on address craft question, creating uncertain environment. Chinese teacher review mass heightens uncertainty from mass U.S. not a vessel. It is unclear which rules may govern interaction uncertainty. More likely to result in accidents. U.S. becomes numerous demand vessels had taken from a coalition because crews uncertain whether to UMS a vessel. The counterpunch regime is ad hoc, operating outside established ILAW and fails. Crosscut 13. Law the sea applied to legal unmanned systems where such a vessel made a concrete social governance. There's ample support for proposition vessels. UMEs are vessels. Principles in convention are time tested have of acceptance based on custom law provides the framework for UVs. New regimes are necessary. Avoidance be the anarchy way heavily in favor of applying existing regimes. The law is the legitimacy application. Strengthens rule of law, enhances norms and promotes stability. Best picks of voting issue to source literature mooch the case, and that benefit is literal brainworms. We vested rights before those were unrepealable, so it would trigger their impact. No impact intervening act or solve. They would just be outside the plan. Our phone op scenario turns its ships are key to flexible adaptation by the maritime LO, which cushions their scenario. The sovereign immunity counterplan permutation do both. Permutation to the counterplan, permutation to the plan to hold there can be no persons except autonomous vessels. Cross supply competition standards here. Permutation to the plan and sovereign immunity for asset seizure. No text needed because it is functionally legit. That is good enough. Most real world and key to logic. We get intrinsic terms against counterpunch non-germane net benefits. Naval power both turns and solves the impact. Contains Russia. Pro solves. We can get funding elsewhere because we can deficit spend. Biden won't escalate brands 131 units helping Ukraine, threatening maybe forced negotiations, unifying logic Biden aims, dial pressure and shift pathway to head negotiations after the next phase has anybody's betting. And there's a sweet spot in which Russians will be real enough to negotiate. Doesn't solve the case because obviously the complexity decay. Let us weigh the plan. It's key to fairness in class. You have to prove we're not worse than the SQO. Otherwise, it wasn't so complex. After all, no link. They have to disprove the AFF scenario. And even if some predictions are flawed, ours are true. It links equally to them. They've also made predictions about the world. Perfcon justify severance, takes out the links. Durable fiat solves implementation and predictions work. Ward 13. The events are unpredictable. Who can predict 9/11 and the Cold War? Capacity to collect info, process data, and increase degrees only in science fiction. The ability to structure policies in the world of prediction has become commonplace. Scholars and technicians with constrained research limited data and the capability still advances now result field not has over 3,000 citations of evidence that was used as evidence that scientists bad forecasters while this claim was wildly off the mark. And conflict research can be improved by attention predictions. Disaggregate data in advance as technology make focus and accurate and precise forecasting helps prevent outfitting and confirmation biases after validate models to gain confidence in estimates and improve decision makers seeking clarity about actions. Every component of it is wrong. Hamilton 17 paradigm shifting away from states testing embracing pillars. The Anthropocene is dependent upon science and linear history, planetary politics, loose significance, and the impact and tangle human nature hybrid depends upon classical understandings of human subject and depends upon simulations combining physically kind of operate by quantifying nature. Which models cause and effect through Newtonian metaphysics declaring need to be entangled does not actually make them so. Mass causality. One cannot overcome Western metaphysics by reading about how to, then asserting it to be so. That evidence is marked to be so. Permutation do both. No uniqueness for the links. The doesn't solve. It can't spill up. Can't change how states think. Predictions are entrenched. If they explain it, we get new answers. The Farm Bill DA. No link. Plan is military. Brett 23 issues man. Entity overseeing vessel activity. Rhyming authority missions. Give you considerable latitude directly. Needs to create measures. Or Navy. Cross-Catch 22. CNO's authority to classify craft as warships and previously CNO from designating it. A UMS is a warship. Plan popular. Gruber 12. There's very significant interest in autonomous systems and government industry. Many applications can be outsourced. Many systems have cross-domain applicability. Won't pass or takes years. Ballot 327 conference returns is but one example of many issues that threaten legislation. There's always tensions at Cassidy. Process could take Congress 3 years. Permutation do both. Obby shields. And it makes it a whole new argument if they kick kids to begin brand new 1 year answers. Every part of the DA, thumpers, judges, debt ceiling, and permitting climate provisions derail passage. Grand Prix 30 Republican House and narrow Senate can stand away from the regs. Thompson wants to make sure Farm Bill doesn't become the next time bill. Climate funding. Republicans, the MC opposed. No spillover. Program 18 midterm. Congress approved. Aviation approved. Measure to combat opioid abuse. Key poison. Providers appropriations. Senate approved. Water infrastructure package bipartisanship. Even as the senators follow on same breath, lawmakers and Brogio forge records and government has disputes. No delay link. Fiat means the AFF is immediate with no debate. And it fuels the link. Not intrinsic. You plan past Farm Bill. Plan could also be the states. They their burden to prove an agent. Case turns the impact supply chains cascade to kill food. No food wars. Countries would cooperate. And we solve it via interdependence. The federals and DA. No link. Gulf 85 and REM jurisdiction has been held based on personification which fictionalizes the ship itself. So a person liable and proceeding in REM. Mikowski's clear civil procedures collapse now. Only a new framework solves their EV 18. The expansion of robots rendering doctrines obsolete. You do deliberate and and just litigation now. If we do not, this procedure will be obsolete. The laws of patchwork of ad hoc exceptions now. Only the plan solves Topicality 14 the gap between the norm and reality. Anti-balance is 109 times treatment. Denying courts will utilize variation could thus destroy flexibility. Procedure must accommodate courts lack vocabulary to distinguish between laws patchwork of ad hoc exceptions. The transpersonal norm is shredded. Topicality 14 transpersonal norm has never been universal. Rules present in the patchwork contrast, assuming uniformity against reality deviations. Span the spectrum. Courts will make us modify enforcement, provide deviation, deviation law. The combination of norms, deviations, departures are made on an ad hoc basis. Case turns the impact, key to regulatory certainty for innovation. No spillover across domain. Courts will distinguish. It won't affect overall federalism. 9 unique. Parliament 20 and district court may command persons outside jurisdiction whenever they are where necessary to search jurisdiction. May order or forbid conduct everywhere. Intervening actors check. Government obviously changes the rule. If it hurts innovation sufficiently, no innovation. Impact code 20. Health and environmental well-being innovation, including landfills, waste, mining, mine sites, rather than cherry picking. Sport preconceived innovation is always good. We understand innovation as direction as well, good and bad effects, and those have unevenly distributed choices or complex selection that weeds out. Bad innovation is not taken for granted. Policymakers have make innovation has direction and take for granted. More innovation is better. Understanding downsides, inform better policy. No spillover. Plan is cabin to military Admiralty law. Otherwise, status quo ships dump their length. That was explained in cross text back to the unrepeal counterplan. It does not solve the case. Swain 18. Uncertainty will become dangerous to aviation safety, whether civilian or military during this period. UMS operate cautiously to minimize risk liability, stay away from the busy ports, sea lanes, adversaries exploit regulatory uncertainty. Chinese seizure of UMS violated I law, and greater certainty that UMS vessels limit ability for adversaries to ignore core rights, detriment of US and UMS operations, and incentivizing deployment of UMS technology. I have 4 seconds.
Are you good for cross-ex?
I am.
Okay. Advantage 1, the China scenario. Why, or what evidence do you think you've read that China's going to cut off REMs, and what's their incentive to do so?
Well, China has a military to do so, to take advantage of the US and try to extract concessions. I think our card, very close to or perhaps immediately before the impact, says that during times of volatility, China will think it's an opportune moment because the US is especially dependent and they'll take the opportunity.
It just says the US is dependent. It says as tech grows, more advanced, reliance increases. Where do you think that, it said like a doomsday event that everyone is praying will never come to pass.
I don't know, I mean, it says that China has, it says that China has never surrendered the threat of REM leverage. Okay. We've also said that generally that trade
do they want from the US? Like, why does China care?
What concessions do they want? Well, I mean, China has all sorts of geopolitical interests that are at odds with the US. They care a lot about Taiwanese legal status, their control over Tibet, the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea. The point isn't one of those triggers it, but in general, they have the motive.
That makes sense. The evidence on advantage 2 about naval power, the Jones evidence, talking about like the internal link to war with Iran, China, Russia, says the only line about AI algorithms says that we are going to be won or lost in satellite bursts, subsea sensors, and AI algorithms just as much or more so than the whole combat. Why do you think that AI algorithms are sufficient?
Well, that card,
it says that there are all these other things.
That card more so substantiates the relevance of declining naval power to adversary lash out. The one that I would advise you to look at is Kraska 22, which says that current naval capabilities will become inadequate because of lack of real-time awareness, targeting, and so on.
I have a question related to that for the second scenario about the Strait of Hormuz. The Hendricks evidence says that Russia's nuclear power-guided missile subs are being developed. China's developing A2AD. Iran's developing A2AD capabilities, which is going to block American entry. Why do AI subs overcome nuclear power?
AI subs are much harder to target because they're not controlled with human crews and human steering. They can also be made smaller.
Why does the fact that they're not controlled by humans mean they're harder to target?
Because you can have an algorithm that behaves unpredictably or is coded specifically to make the AI hard to hit in transit by a missile. Autonomous ships can also be significantly smaller than cruise ships because you don't actually need a crew on board, so that can help them get to hard-to-reach places and just generally be more invasive.
Question about the alliance scenario, the perception evidence of alliance decline. Evidence is from 2017. Why do allies think that the U.S. not developing AI subs mean that we're abandoning them?
It isn't the absence of the U.S. making AI subs, it's when naval power declines. If allies think, hey, the U.S. has had this really long blue water Navy advantage, it's about to go, that's when they get scared.
Okay, the evidence just indicates, though, that they're scared because Russia's developing, like, nuclear-tip subs and, like, China's doing all of these different things.
It's about relative advantage.
Right, but why do they perceive the U.S. suddenly declaring, like, these vessels as whatever?
Because they're looking at what adversaries are doing, and they want to be reassured the U.S. will maintain their military advantage. We've read very good internal link evidence that we won't without naval power from ships.
Okay, my last question is the failed Bonox destroyer. The Pedroso evidence says the United States must, quote, conduct routine air and naval patrols and forward presence. Why do you solve if you only do, like, naval patrols?
I don't really follow the question. The U.S. is conducting aerial presence now, but our advantage is maritime bonus.
Sorry. I sent just the, I guess it's not, no, it's not. I guess just the intrinsic perm text for the unrepealable pig.
Yes. I thought it was in there, but I'll send it.
Yeah.
Okay, I just sent it.
Thank you.
It should be the one. If it doesn't show up, I can just
$352. Wait, there weren't any reasons to reject the team, right? Besides like theory on each counterplan. Like, no content.
There wasn't like a content
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
There was like best picks.
Yeah, yeah, I got all those. Okay, the order is T legal rights, then the jurisdiction DA. Yeah, positive versus negative, yeah. Then jurisdiction DA, then the sovereign immunity counterplan, the farm bill DA, the advantage counterplan, T vest, the first T interp in the 1 and C, and then the unrepealable pick. And the 2 and C assent. Yeah, of course. T legal rights, jurisdiction DA, Sovereign Immunity Counterplan, Farm Bill DA, Advantage Counterplan, T-Vest, unrepealable pick.
I have the order. I'm just waiting for that.
Yep.
Okay, I am good.
Okay, is anyone already? Yep, gotcha. Okay. Topical affirmatives can only vest one of the three areas with negative rights, not positive rights. That's rehearsal evidence. Two impacts first is limits allowing positive rights have flows. Lit off the topic, expand the scope to potential cases to hundreds of potential new positive rights, such as right to education, right to own property, right to use deadly force, right to a lawyer. The list goes on. The limit states that is staggering. That's over 10. These two categories should be known as get out of here rights and give me rights, negative rights, and positive rights. The Bill of Rights is concerned mostly with a right to be left alone, freedom from interference from government and rights. Strict adherence to negative rights would have leave little scope for legislating, giving rights or more. Alluring we find ourselves centered with positive rights to education, housing, healthcare, or wage, food, relief, and internet, all the kingdoms of the world and all the glory limits outweigh everything. Maintaining a manageable topic is the only way the negative gets a fighting chance. Anything else makes to be terminally unfair, which necessarily comes from their offense because fairness is intrinsic good for reserving anything valuable about the activity. 2. Ground. Literally all topic based on ground relies on the fundamental premise that the affirmative makes it harder to control, interfere with, or subjugate one of the three entities in the resolution allowing positive rights test and enables them to dodge the core controversy in the literature by reading affirmatives that don't change the fundamental relationship between the state and regulated entity. Examples around the Kansas right to belligerence for ship staff, the AI can hold political office staff from the Kentucky Wagner, and the give drones the right to kill people have. All these share the common characteristic of totally sidestepping the basic debate topic where legal rights. When academics talk about legal rights in the U.S., they're talking about negative rights. That's calling age 22. The Berlin distinguish negative liberty from positive liberty restriction. Track C, similar negative versus positive again legal rights, and with the U.S. common law focusing almost exclusively on negative rights and to be protected from the government. The Bill of Rights and the 14th Amendment rights to due process and equal protection limit the government how much political and legal discourse emphasizes the protecting individuals from governmental actions impinging on liberty and interest. Ground outweighs letting them sidestep our best offense destroys class, which is the only way to meaningfully access any portable skills or education we get from the debate. Now, the we need argument 1. The Tweety does not have a counter-interpretation of legal rights besides this George card. The problem is Michigan does not pass the basic literacy test. This is a NEG card. It says legal or positive rights. They just shrunk it, implying that there's a strict differentiation between the two terms. There's no new one-year counter-interpretation because their second card isn't one. I'll explain that below. 2. Only 2 solvency advocates are in the 1AC. It's Parker 21 and Kraska 21. These cards say that ships should have legal rights to fly their flags, exercise belligerent rights, right to offensive attacks, right to be belligerent, in the right to visit other countries, which is proven by Kelly's cross-sex of the 1 and C. Every question is about why these ships need the positive right to do something which enables new power and privileges for the entities. That is not a legal right. 3. They don't even meet the plain text in a vacuum argument. They bestow the rights that vessels have under the maritime and admiralty level autonomous vessels. Those rights are positive, and putting the word legal in front of it doesn't change that. 4. Yes, plan says legal rights, but if the action of the rest of the plain text does not confer a legal right, prior interpretation evidence says plan in a vacuum still violates. That was above. 5. Plan in a vacuum is a terrible standard. It justifies Topicality, where teams put the whole resolution in their plain text, even though the action of the plain text itself not topical. Their standard means the negative would never win on Topicality. Now, after round 1, the point of the topic was to engage in focused debates over the broad society-wide consequences of negative rights for one of the 3 entity areas. The community not pick this area to debate about whether boats can have a right to kill people or whether robots can have the right to healthcare. 2. Limit CA is the biggest it's ever been. There's no modifier like substantially in the resolution, so we're forced to prepare for every tiny positive right. That was the overview. 3. We don't overlimit negative rights as an enormous area of law. The colony's evidence for the overview clues that we will allow a ton of affirmatives like give rights, robot rights, the right to not be shut off, give AI right to process F, most rights of nature F, and give any animal the right not to be killed F, that gives rights to soil. The inventorship F that you read is also topical. That's well. 20 patent can be characterized as a negative right. It gives a patent owner right to exclude others from using or selling the invention for over limiting good. Broad topics are horrible for the way they obviate negative preparation, completely forcing us to rely on anti-educational strategies like K or process counterplan depth over breadth studies. That's a Carsman 19. Then we examine outcomes for 4,000 nationally representative sample and the benefits accrue students who specialize rather than take multiple courses in several areas and programs should allow for depth more specialized concentration away from general non-specialized works up here to be smart policy. NEG, the topic is massive, even assuming your interpretation. Now, predictability, debatability via limits outweighs and turns at its quality of debate over interpretation evidence in a world where we can't actually produce our actual interpretations of a made-up political activity. Who cares? Precision for its own sake is not an impact. The Pell evidence is imprecise. It's about one guy's definition. Stephen Holmes thinks about diving rights. It's not that he's unqualified, but rather that he is one person disagreeing with a wide consensus about individual legal rights being negative. I inserted the red highlighting for what they have read in legal rights or negative rights. Smith 2K legal rights or negative rights are against interference rights to be left alone or rights to keep property. 1 already possesses specifically legal rights most directly limit the state's power. That's a 14 legal rights have no precise meaning except that they protect rights within the system by limiting the state with respect to search, seizure, arrest, detention, trial, and punishment, and that all proves that they don't have a counter-interp. Now, they are wrong about topic coherence. It was all explained caseless proofs. There's room for nature and animals, and but that argument is just a buzzword synonym for predictability, which stands for about functional limits. They don't solve. Offense proves they decimate the only limits on the topic. Double turn the one error can't articulate an education impact and explain this because their choices would be bad, like Carlos Concon console and artificial debate arguments that they have said is bad. Now, reasonability, whether or not there was limits to ground argument, any one error re-articulation demands arbitrary judgment to go off what you personally think it's okay. Green lights out of abuse, it doesn't solve limits. The jurisdiction is out of concede, no link, no uniqueness. We're not going for it. The sovereign immunity counterplan concede, the permutation, justice, test, competition, perm do both because we will answer obviously the intrinsic perm stuff on the other one now. Farm bill, dis out concede, no impact, and no link. The advantage counterplan doesn't solve, not going for it. Perm is a test of competition. Theory is the reason to reject the argument of the team on all the counterplans. Now, T, best being a simple grant is the mutually exclusive with a repeal definition. Sugarman's article is defining vested in the context of the powers in Article 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution. That does not matter here because vested rights are a property concept that require an alienability. He has defined the word vesting by itself. That's Sugarman 22. The article floors a close textual reading of the word vesting in an examination of the usage and context. The word vesting by itself would signify less completely understanding. The ordinary meaning of vesting was a simple grant of powers and undermining the unitary theory. Originalist basis. Sugarman says the definition of vested right comes from the 19th century presidents that vested rights must be indefeasible, immune from subsequent life and slaves. That has nothing to do with the revolution. Then legal rights are privileged. Evidence is not defining rights, not legal rights, which was the other T interpretation will be answered on perm to the counterplan. It doesn't mean that all picks apply because there's no reason why we would fiat in more picks now. The ground DA that will all be explained on perm to the counterplan. Go there now. The counterplan picks out of the plan's durability and avoids the entrenchment. They said the affirmative vesting establishes the law against change, which necessitates rewriting the Constitution. The counterplan passes the plan as normal legislation and has Congress take a political commitment without an unconditional legal guarantee of durability. It turns solvency. Entrenchment causes a legislature to circumvent the law through open defiance, can't fiat through private actors, and the perception creates a suspicion that devastates all the confidence in the plan. That's McCord evidence. It turns economic and political certainty. That occurred was right in the 1 and C. Now entrenchment is that is always the case. It makes flexibility impossible, which presents stable responses to existential threats. It means the military shuts down. They conceded that pandemics, disasters, terrorism all increase, which makes it triodide for policy, and it makes it all triodide for policy innovations. Perm do both links. The net benefit it includes unrepealable legislation which upholds entrenchment as constitution. It can't solve the net benefit because the counterplan artificially creates uniqueness. The plan's durability is unconstitutional. That's Roberts. Insurance gate 03. The political factors make it difficult to repeal law, and election leaders oppose the president, veto public opinion, interest groups, and business leaders in the insect may rely on the provisions. There may be psychological barriers, and there may be disagreement about mechanisms needed to change, and all these the same as entrenchment. No barriers do not run afoul of constitutional provision. Entrenchment does a veto threat of full legislative agenda repression and not interfere with Congress's powers, and barriers do not challenge the spirit of democracy that entrenchment does. Permanent the counterplan is severance. Vesting rights requires absolute permanence. That's Roberts Entrenchment 03. Other factors that inhibit future legislative action differ from binding legislative entrenchment. They can all be overcome, but there's no incommensurable barrier to conceive of law. Binding it robs the word of meaning, and when we speak of barriers to change, we mean binding in legal sense barriers that absolutely prevent the counterplan doesn't best. That's 1720. Use of the term best means cannot be undone by ordinary legislative action. For interpretation 1, precision. McCain 05. The vested is frequently employed to describe rights beyond impairment legislation. 2, their definitions expose limits. It makes all of these pilot programs review sunsets conditions on positive outcomes, all negative affirmative ground. 3, it encourages core controversy, only foreseeing a defense of durability, causes large asset pursue aggressive rights theories. 4, net ground allowing rights to be reached, eliminates all dissads and justifies the act that grants personhood unless it gives AI power, word choice, resolution to use this bet to denote absolute. That's Foster. 19, the use of the word vested denotes absolutely granted and cannot be observed and reciprocal. They get to fiat no robot to answer pallet talks. They have to pay the strategic cost of picks, and competing interpretations are best always answered on topicality. Intrinsic perm plan plus non-binding promises. Just do both in more words. Includes the plan which must be binding and then passes an additional process. Our net benefit is in non-binding promise good, but the inclusion of binding legislation bad if the argument is the plan can be non-binding. The vote negative on topicality because the plan takes and resolve doesn't best. The perm is disgustingly intrinsic too because it adds an action that neither the plan or the counterplan include. That makes the F conditional, destroys net ground, undermines advocacy skills. Perm do both proves that it is an opportunity cost because you can't do both. Sugarman was answered on the other vote, and indefeasible isn't a word. Would repeal wrong. All the certainty deficits do not apply. Counterplan solves the whole case, creates a moral and political influence that effectively dissuades Congress from repeal without uprooting the Constitution through entrenchment. The framing issue is that academic and legal consensus that entrenchment is legal, so no one is the author could assume that this is necessary. That's Stroke 03. The academic literature and courts have taken it as a given that entrenchment is constitutionally objectionable. There are not any examples. The examples leave subsequent legislators completely free to act. In absence of absolute entrenchment reflects general understanding the counterplan's legislation with non-binding promises as certain as currently possible. That Stroke 03. The problem with this argument is structuring legal regime to prevent entrenchment. It challenges the value of alternatives when entrenchment is available. Commitment short up here. Half by contrast, entrenchment is not available in a statute that makes a non-binding promise likely to induce more reliance, and non-binding promise represents a strong commitment. It has legal power to make it. The subsequent legislature find it more difficult to repudiate with the promise, and the non-binding promise will be more valuable in a regime that permits binding. That proves that all past legislation in the context of maritime law has been in that context, so there's no reason why the policy would be any different for innovation or exploitation or any of the evidence that they've read, and it's also not out of step with any of their law. Now, the theory arguments we meet, the counterplan is functionally plan minus pick, not a process. Counterplan best picks are not a voting issue. We don't add process or artificially fiat. The net benefit encourages better AFF writing, which is key to certainty. Key arguments and seals when you see that's on them, not us. Critical thinking and explosion of counterplans is good to force 2AC. Better thinking, core of the topic. Grace will read the CND card. Legal education, legal topics demand. Core processes front and center. That's much better. Lit checks, we have it. Reject the argument, not the T.
Good?
Yeah, as long as Grace knows.
What's that?
Yeah.
Okay. Topicality, positive rights obligate entities to be able to do something. How does that not make them harder to control?
So the argument is that positive rights include things like right to education, right? Giving an entity something that they can then exercise
Guarantees.
on.
Why does that not make the entity harder to control?
Yeah, maybe long-term effects topically.
So what DAs do you think it eliminates?
So we've made multiple arguments on the limits flow for why all of the data that we read on this topic, especially in the animals,
limits.
yeah,
What
especially in
DAs?
the animals and the nature topic
What
area,
DAs?
are about controlling, interfering with, making it harder for, like, for
Name
example,
a
businesses.
disadvantage.
The BizCon dissad, for example,
BizCon
biggest
dissad.
dissad on nature,
Why
right?
does BizCon not link to guarantee animals have access to something? Give them a right. They can now sue for it. They have standing. Why doesn't it link?
No, we have made arguments for why that dissad is actually about how we control, interfere with businesses, right?
Okay.
Can businesses sort of continue to exercise everything that they're doing
Gotcha.
over the environment?
You said academic scholars are only referring to negative rights when they say legal rights. What about the right to vote or the right to citizenship?
So when they refer to legal rights, when they're referring in the context of the right to vote, that
So you
is
think
a
the right to
positive,
vote is not
that
a legal right?
It is a positive right.
Not
it is,
legal.
It is referred to as a positive right. We've read evidence
Okay.
actually that speaks to the distinctions between the right to vote, the right to due process, etc., and refers
what
to them
part talks
as
about
either
the right to
positive
vote?
or negative. I think all of our evidence is in the context of that. Actually, some of our evidence dates back even before the right to vote.
Like, I'm not seeing vote anywhere. Like, actually, Command F to vote. It isn't in the
I mean,
T
for
section.
example, it talks about the Bill of Rights, the 14th Amendment rights to due process, equal
Yeah,
protection.
I mean, I agree. It talks about some negative rights.
Look
My
at the
question
Cognies-
is, do you
look at the
not think
Cognies card.
citizenship and voting are commonly understood as legal rights?
I have no idea how this helps you, given you don't have
Okay,
a counter-interpretation.
fair enough.
But no, I think, yes, I will say
The-
that there is a distinction between these
Sure,
two rights.
gotcha. Repeal counterplan. Net
Yeah.
benefit. Is your claim there has never been binding legislation?
It's not about binding legislation, it's whether a future Congress can sort of overturn it.
Well, they can't overturn the plan, sure, but anything else could be overturned. Why doesn't
I
that
don't know
solve
what you
the
mean by
net
that.
benefit?
Sorry, I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, your impact is entrenchment bad.
Yes.
The only thing that's entrenched is the plan. How do you have a net benefit?
Because we have made the argument that Congress has never passed an entrenched policy.
Never.
Vest has only
What
ever
Congress
been
is
used
that?
in the Constitution. All of our evidence. It's actually excellent on that question. It
Okay,
talks
but
about
why
the
are
instances where
constitutional
vest,
rights entrenched? Why doesn't that trigger?
because we've made arguments for why post-Constitution there shouldn't be more entrenchment. It's about congressional power, right? So whatever happened in
Okay.
the past doesn't really matter.
Let's go back to the first
Yeah.
thing. If the plan is entrenched, we grant you your competition arguments, it can't be changed at all. How does that cause existential regulatory failure?
Yeah, so our argument is specifically about future Congresses and their ability to pass future regulations. It erodes
But
voting
they
power,
still
which is the
can.
internal link to our
Hold on.
democracy
How
argument.
does it stop Congress from passing future regulation? It has nothing
Because
to do
it
with
creates
the plan.
it creates the precedent that a Congress can pass a policy and a future Congress can do nothing about it.
Okay.
That broadly erodes democracy because it means that voting power does not matter.
Gotcha.
You cannot vote for your elected officials to do anything because anything a past Congress did is entrenched.
Gotcha. Competition. You listed sunsets, conditions, pilot programs, and review. Are those all counterplans under your interpretation? Those are all competitive?
I don't think they're competitive.
You said we
under
make
best.
those Fs, so ergo you make them counterplans.
No, it's not ergo.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, 1 second. $842.
Just fill my water while you send it.
It's the counterplan and then the Sorry, the counterplan.
The one I
and
just
the
accepted.
Okay, is anyone not ready?
Sorry, real quick question. What are you saying?
It's
It
just
looks like a
theory.
theory.
I missed one card and she's gonna read that card. But like best picks are a voting issue.
Okay, good now.
Core of the
topic, durability of this topic, and it can't be discounted over its students, key warrant, CDP, 17, and other province legal development rights, are reasoning, legal personality, harder to destroy or degrade. The K, modeling public policy, linear forecasting, produces policy failure, ignores the inherent complexity of human systems, or chief movements of fantasy and conditions sharply change with each action taken by countless independent actors, all simultaneously trying to oppose their role in the world, deterministic positivist interventions based on Newtonian understandings of cause and effect, track numerous existential catastrophes, absent paradigm shift, that's Bart and Ferguson. There's no impact even to the 20 it's try or die, crank up in 20 it's vital slower, 6 years, the theory that when it comes to formidable challenges, say lengthy biosphere, expert solution will suffice for rapidly warming plant body pandemics or AI complex awareness approach for mental failure, threading the needles opposed to chaotic collapse. They haven't contested the truth of complexity theory, which takes out the whole outcome means or impacts are impossible to quantify, 2-deck solvency, Muller in 20 policy and complex domains where it's not possible to conceive all possible states of world prediction and control are impossible traditional personally to undertake concepts or failure things cannot be made better without getting expert that our budget policy feels when using linear approaches that presuppose more control than ever possible. Framework 1, you should adopt the role of a policy planner faced with how to be simulate policy and act the best form of prediction is use linear scenario analysis and emphasizes grounding policy discussions in complexity. 1 and see burdens that we must actually practice by directing or directly altering our evidence gathering and analysis practices. 2, they can weigh the absolute most their offense, but we also links the one sees methodology. 3, their interest question begging if when linear predictions about complex systems are impossible, there's nothing for them to weigh in their plan. Only models anti-educational extinction data. The framework burn in 23 complexity means revising critical project gathering and assessing evidence academic silos on merely matters of theory, social construction sciences themselves and climate crisis and pandemic community comprehend interpretation force within the system. Everything when solvable rational policy action could be possible. Academic interface between public policy formation governs complexity most relevant for crisis confronting civilization. 4, key to question education. Policymakers must debate about the methodology and assumptions behind their evidence when trying to advance new laws, stressing them, letting them jettison the one he sees method and reps cause bad advocacy, short circuits, portable skills we get from research. 5, there's something intrinsically good about fairness. If the way we're debating causes us to export bad policy education, that's all our impact debating. 6, no offense, you are overpowered, new person, no generic chart, really be bad, and they get last speech and infinite prep to frame the best advantage mitigates any recession. Yes, link, when he sees causal forecasting of connected internal links reflects an intent to superimpose their flawed Newtonian understanding of cause and effect on a complex world. Their hubris ignores the infinite confounding variables which undermines the expectation of equilibrium, leads to the failure of central planning. That's Ferguson. Flawed linear assumptions are present when we see one causation. There are so many factors going into dynamics between states like Iran, China, Russia, and the US, deriving it all as a product of domestic pressure means we miss other factors, economic considerations, history of procedure. More the fact that we miss these variables explains our problems arise, especially true of the stripping scenario. They assume the risk because of reduced supply causes conflict. Teaching economics through a method that says supply and demand is all that exists, so if prices go up, there must be high demand causes people to overestimate assets proven by the game. Stops are evidence about naval powers with AI algorithms are one of several factors, and you can see the climate impact when you see 22 satellite versus the areas and AI algorithms which are this whole into combat finally which organize climate change not a future threat. It's a present reality. Their evidence the AFF key to maritime governance says the US must conduct forward presence and air patrols, but they presume that naval patrols is the best intervention when you see Pedro in 1896 must conduct routine air and naval patrols and forward presence. 2, they erroneously assume for naval power that 1 US Coast Guard wants to develop autonomous maritime vehicles. 2, the lack of vessel states is stopping them. 3, development will be quick and easy and happen faster than China and Russia. 4, that causes other countries to see and understand what we're doing. 5, that creates maritime security. And 6, that somehow stops actors from trying to cyber attack the US or the grid, and 7, those impacts escalate. 3, presumes the government is making ones and political assumptions that giving the government the right tools themselves makes it impossible to protect against other countries. 4, the linear approach in international relations fails and causes escalating conflict. 2021 studies want to prevent conflict and operations that tend to influence behavior can only best serve the short-term policy theories should be valuable systems or retaining dynamic and non-possible function. Durable rules that predict some certain interviews model that has performed elsewhere possible in the future event because causality cannot be used to project forward, does not guarantee definitive answers. Trying to control the outcome will generate ongoing instability. 5, AI is inherently complex and emergent. Adopting linear approaches to AI policy ensures total system failure. Next was first economy 1, the thesis of conditionality, so not an argument. 1, only gap is burden to advocate for a course of action. They can't sever the neck. Doesn't advocate for positions prove the one he sees inconsistent. Doesn't prove the one he sees good. 2, it's an even if statement case in DAs or distinct level analyses. 3, when he excels represents an unconditional agreement with the alternative. Dual fiat solves nothing. The 2 doesn't provide a warrant, guarantees the plan is a rollback. Doesn't mean the linear forecasting is true or good, or doesn't turn the entire app predictions are absolutely possible and could be accurate, but linear forecasts are not needed to grapple with its distinction before winning any offense. Linearity means specific predictions are about complex systems are useless prices and 22 small change have larger effect, effect is consistent models commonly apply to policy on the original calling question systems rely on linear cause effects. Such laws are limited by any policy falls in complex forces, simple to predict policy and inevitably change forces, difficult to predict consequences. Leader cannot avoid complexity and unpredictable implementation. That it's not wrong that their evidence is not defend linear forecasting that uniquely causes overconfidence, zero policy failure. Call it in 15 that is once you rethink core release maintain relevance on linear trajectories intent to produce a mechanism most perceived to be rigorous global transaction occur in a non-linear fashion. Newtonian are operating very little unfairly yet. Any conclusion that we had the whole picture when the framework fails. Newtonian are here of validity increased. The incredible rate of failure should not be surprising. Permutation to both links or DAs. 1, their linear model corrupts the transition to complexity thinking. Rosso in 6, emotional expectations of policies can ameliorate uncertainties. Reaction may well set and encourage reverse practices called complexity serves a break out of enthusiasm to a particular course of action. Academic and political policy committee searching for me as officials seek security through a scheme that seems able to and comprehensible. I encourage under hope for problems that can be reversed. Complexity theory is not to delay a timeline where they will reach fruition in terms of policy payoffs. It is the need to curb the opinions that impulses. 2, perms combine assumptions, not plans. That's the framework debate. 3, merely understand the existence of complexity is insufficient if we still pretend it can overcome it with linear analysis. Burden 23 relationships are crucial. Understanding them is not powerful. 8, however, this is not enough to say it would allow understanding system merely complicated rather than complexity cannot reduce to reduction. Well, distort understanding this lead to error when we pretend to weaken a model complex system and its full complexity such is a violation of that being modeled. The resulting distortion cannot be predicted. 4, deception. The perm leaves the vestiges of Newtonian thinking unaffected. Only new models solve. Turner 19. Wicked problems made up the indeterminacy and uniqueness caused by changing variables and coming to restricted problems using linear methods to lead to partial analysis and deception. The problems have been solved using inadequately lies and actual roots of these approaches. These problems are resistant to linear protocols necessary to create new models to fully overcome the limits of Newtonian assumptions. 5. The inclusions of the AFC vision of the future ensures co-option. The links are unique. That was above. The twist does not provide an implication to this argument. The alternative it solves. It fills up and overcomes entrenchment. 1. It radically reconfigures the entire landscape of policy formation by breaking complexity and scenario planning. Only that can result in efficacious policy action. 2. They've conceded from 1 and C. Britain. That theory alone causes better policy. So even if we don't result in the exact action of the AFF, we would gradually arrive at limited interventions that could solve their impacts better. 3. Skepticism about alternatives on C is wrong. 23. And developing students' skills making complexity central to their way that the EU will provide large educated public professions are needed with complexity under structural analyses and informed public is necessary to serious change. Otherwise, we are all doomed for, even if we don't know exactly what it looks like. The ultimate recognition opens new horizons. Turbulent and 20 policy reasons focus reasons underlying intentionality versus outcomes awareness. Encourage scholarship from the problems, seek out understandings of governance first report, identify them such complex problems are differentiated as complicated problems. They do not follow linear patterns determinant. Since dumb is complex pattern complex problems risk classified resulting in a predictive attempt to impose mechanisms logic on problems and define linear solutions.
720. Hey, did you read the resolve definition of the counterplan?
No, I skipped that.
Okay. 2 minutes. I'll send it over. Yeah.
Okay, the order is T.
Yeah. Addison.
Okay, the order is T on the unappealed counterplan and then the critique.
It's behind Grace.
Okay, is anyone documented? Okay.
Predictability is massive. Legal rights are positive rights. One, they drop the definition on the author's team page that legal rights are any privilege resulting from law, which means we independently make that true. The George evidence contextualizes this to quote say that historicists never doubt that positive rights can be easily accounted for. Three, the Polo evidence says that all legal rights are positive rights because they include the positive remedy drop to warrants, which ends the legal rights area turning ground independently. The Holmes evidence the insight that they had as a professor of law, it doesn't mean it clearly matters in our ways, predictability informs the direction of innovation on both sides. The unpredictable rules are worse than non-predictability. It's good. The NEG will always find slightly smaller topics for smoothing out causes. Substance fraud, it turns out ways are often so just intervention is the sliding scale, and we have a predictable intro that is principled, and we do not underline which will be below. Now, there are multiple reasons why they don't access their limits. It's limited by functional limits like advocacy, personalization, impact, and science fiction, and the right to predict every single app that they listed in doubt status, something that every single link will do prediction, and predictability is all that matters. Encounter typically our app is soluble, and the ground argument is empirically denied. The membership gets destroyed by a slew of RON apps, and every single example of religious political office got obliterated by nearest person and rights creepy ends. The academics' argument is wrong. Rights to speech and assembly and bear arms to the Constitution obviously proves that this is also legal rights are positive rights. The 89 legal rights message for the positive rights via legislation that notice to they see positive rights are included so they legal rights are either negative or positive. Legal rights are defined as either negative or positive. Having 91 the legal rights are presented by the definition not really a negative or positive right. Our evidence is finding whole fielding correlativity that is most precise. Volume 16 the claim rate within the hope of previous legal rights cannot collate with the jurisprudence of course of the whole body of legal rights that was not like law side law articles most previous analysis of legal rights to ever Martha Hardin legal rights to ever and the Hyman evidence is unpredictable concedes legal rights includes one of the Hyman 91 negative versus one of the economy and legal rights almost and the Hearst evidence is the same thing Hearst 2K the legal rights or negative positive rights the positive rights was legal protection Smith is an exclusive Smith 2K civil legal rights and Allen is about one section of rights on me 14 under section 177 now the counterplan it has no chance of solving any net benefit they have dropped in prospects that the unbearable that durable rights are already possible there are things like constitutional rights and hundreds of years of durable policy the laundry list example it turns by each 20C impacts in fact that things like pandemics terrorists and others are all listed in supply chains democracies turned by the Navy and now the arguments about solvency also fail one naval power this main evidence that adversaries quote exploit uncertainty being block U.S. ships from entering their waters and any uncertainty will be exploited to commercial innovation uncertainty results in quote accidents because operators will hesitate before actually developing you must be completely certain otherwise there's no global signal permutation to the current invested a single grant that confers authority that's Sherman who also says that it's repealed reject their indicts he's analyzed 200 years of dictionary legal history and then outstanding it for the modern context most precise their evidence is about vested rights and ascertained that's the wrong grammatical context and talking about private property no maritime law verb as vested verb is clearly repealable sugar 22 not clear where the vesting versus word indefensible unitary law the vesting law can the place below conceptual history obvious indefensibility age of the unitary also glory of the completion of removal with extra best reading not absolute what is vested cannot be repealed sugar 22 this is all vest all with the time vested the powers by end indivisible laws for limitation and future removal calories 94 the vest must be versus the power with the joint and by other enumerations all that we have the general awareness extension unclearly misread the taking clause for 22 vesting yourselves in the possibility with the area of the taking clause is rejected in the position may claim is from 1905 and one line long common and legal uses established on 22 unitaries use the old dominance of vested rights into all brother meaning because the party has the same invested for the lawyers and claims are attached to the justice and property I support the indefensibility closer to the history of the Constitution uses the vested not when the indefensibility rights can be repealed localized in 72 the black selected by the vested of the Constitution teacher by center, now best settle, which may innocent could be by otherwise could be self-named, valid, reasonable, over, prefer, most reasonable differences, or out of context, our real world, anti-educational, background, process, our repeal, makes sense, as commission, secret review, impact statements, all topical thing, also get generics like, still over the nearest person that is good enough, theory does not justify that that's the same question that makes us burden, they still get, based on our authorities, as related OTAs, we get to define best to confer our rights, that is those, clear controversy, relate turning topic education, they make topic Ds, and process counterplans not, they only make the topic only picks and process counterplans not reciprocal, they make a intervention, or now other days. Now the critique draws multiple independent impacts, you should treat them as true. Naval power outweighs the cost of Russia, China escalation, which inevitably outweighs skews our time. We all agree that their drops to their true. Now all the predictions do work. One, drop that it links back to them. They will also forecast the scenarios and the D that you took for truth. So to some extent it's possible, or it's a double trend. And you should note them down because it cancels out two as a durable studies in the last 50 years since end of 9/11. We're proceeded to Ukraine, Russia, the STS scientists are not perfect, but 10,000 articles that are in place predicts better outcome. That's eventually evidence. Fuller evidence does not assume to improved models in the long term, and it's not definitive predictions work. We're 16 week. Morphosis in this case, understanding how things play out better. Morphosis interesting the muscles are relevant. There's the waste of effective research knowledge. The thing also made over that. If you have the understanding, we're going to be exercise when you less theory, because most extent when you morphosis for how we understand the world, it tells what our theories are broad. Rejects pride, critique, harmony, and contextualization, essential loose, paper, explosive contextualization, computer, and to understand the context of research, results of research, so that generalizes from the phenomenon, the organized sense of the universal purpose to be as by in the specific context of studies, this universal theory, in terms of the ill-founded influence of the causalities, separate extrapolation, research, long conversations, because the interference is actually working out framework. We get to where the plan and links must be to it. So that is key. Otherwise, infinite combinations of 1AC that can criticize the time will linear predictions. Next time it'll be author plus how quickly we read the 1AC randomized, etc. Skews all of the F2 impacts one fairness, 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 equal access to both sides, the only valid can solve, and they've also invested in competition to be tautological to fairly waste something to fairly waste something against fairness. 2 clash. They get at least to anything in the 1AC on running clash to transfer offense because we become more to odd because in stereo players became clash. They do not get links to the 1AC methodology. They can read a DA to an author study, which is not protectable, not question begging. Clash is a precondition for education, so it turns it, and it's not because you would have to assess the accuracy of the plan to see if you can predict it now can clash. Or education does not assume to be as repetitive as T. No offense was the answer on T. Now the argument about the link to make none of this is intrinsic to the plan, so if we wait framework then it zeroes it and permutation to the F of their prediction model. It solves all of their links and it solves every link. It cannot be a DA because the first their impacts can be weighed using their model and links are not DAs. This is zero by the DA, and the next part assumes that they win framework. It would also be unfair to tie things that are not interested in the plan text. And the next part, the burden of evidence does not assume debate, where we have Emory explaining the alt, which means that we can necessarily explain their prediction model, and debate does not tie us to one way of thinking, so we are not tied to our complexity analysis. Also, alt is zero, like love in the alt is for the personal algebra, the steps of the rule, but we see their steps above the man, there's no answers to the questions, this is nothing else because we're so much time debating their steps of the matter, the absolute relationships over they were useful devices, theologies themselves, or useful simplifications of complex reality. They become activate religions where evidence turn off on the expert evidence is rejects some arguments drawn from.
The turn off arguments marked at drawn from.
Okay, where's your answer? Complexity. Give us one. Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, there's a leg missing.
Okay. Has anyone already?
Order.
Okay, complexity. I thought I said it, but fair enough. I think I did. Yeah, okay. Good?
1 second.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. Michigan loses this debate because nothing can compensate for the fact that the 2AC did not answer the critique. They read a predictions good card that is done. Contradicts our argument about why linear thinking is bad. We have not said predictions are bad. We have said the linear prediction is bad, and then the 1 AR proceeded to drop presumption and that the all solves the case, which means they cannot access any of their impact scenarios. I don't care what you think about this critique in the abstract, but rather technical drops on the flow that the 1 AR simply does not grasp. Now complex existential risk is inevitable after the alternative. The combination of biological, environmental, and political crisis require us to evaluate the answer 20 probabilistic causes, non-monolithic predictions and solutions. Think about all of their answers to process campaigns, all the cross-sections in the debate where they sort of make these one-to-one correlations between what the internal links of the case are and these extrapolated impacts in the 1AC. It's a closed system thinking that makes extinction inevitable via pandemics, ecological crisis, and rogue tech took over the inevitable, which flips try or die neg, ultimately framing about through the fact that the risks that we are right up with the risks that we are wrong, quick band-aid fixes sort of cover up immediate symptoms that deceive society into further linear thinking. That method means that the next systemic shock collapses civilization, which is that the plan is like taking an umbrella to a hurricane because it only further delays the inevitable. Now I'll flag 3 conceded arguments that answer the entire top on the 1 AR about conceded impacts such as China. 1, presumption. The complexity inherent in public policy means that it's more likely the plan will be implemented incorrectly, rolled back, canceled out, or by intended consequences, which means that all of the answers on the process counterplan are actually now deficits to the affirmative. 2, it turns the case we've won that singular internal links don't trigger singular impacts, but rather the multiplicity of causes led to multiplicity of results. The 1AC's investment in an international system which many forces at play attempts to reduce it down to a finite set of variables such as just one navy controlling all conflicts with Iran, China, Russia, allies, economic troubles. It represents this sort of flawed Newtonian understanding of cause and effect on a complex world that ignores the multiplicity of confounding variables which undermine the expectation of equilibrium and then leads to the failure of central planning. That's the Ferguson evidence. 3, the alt solves the case. It certainly does not do the AFF, but does give policymakers the holistic frame that they need to sort of understand the world and then develop proper solvency mechanisms. If not, the affirmative is doomed to fail. There was a carded argument in the 1 AR. The 1 AR did not even breathe a word on it. It does not link to any of the framework arguments because it does not literally do the plan. Now, the perf con argument about why we read distance, it does not link back to us. You did not read conditionality, which means this isn't an argument. 1, only the AFF has a burden to advocate for courts of action. The NEG doesn't advocate for positions. 3, the 1AC is consistent, does not prove that the 1AC is good. 2, it's an even if statement. Case and discharge are distinct levels of analysis. If they win, their methodology is good, then the rest of the NEC applies. The K is sort of a gateway issue when we're going for it in the 2 and R. 3, voting next also represents unconditional agreement with the alternative, which sort of rejects the 1AC and the 1NC positions. The examples in the 1 AR for good policy like Iran, Iraq, and South China Sea are literally ridiculous. What are you talking about? The Iran war, the Iraq war are all examples of why one-to-one thinking was bad. We sort of perceived the WMD existed in Iraq, which is why we invaded, because we said, you know what, we see this cause, we see this effect, we're going to do it. That is what our link evidence is about. It's specifically about sort of making these assumptions and ignoring all the complex variables that are aware in the world. Now, the Ward 10 evidence is more our argument than theirs. Note that this evidence does not include the term linear. It does not say that we can have sort of perfectly precise understandings of power or knowledge or actions, but rather that we can have better and more precise investigations. That's exactly the distinction between sort of predicting and linear thinking that is lost upon the 1 AR. The K does not say that we can never predict anything or that we can never strategize towards the future. Rather, it begs the question of which types of predictions are best and says that we can't forecast, which is what the F does every time in cross-sex when they say no with certainty. We know this is how every single global actor will respond to U.S. maritime law. Think of the 1 AR on the underplayable Counterplan. It includes loads of pure speculative assertions that the only thing standing between war in these regions has been enslaved for decades. Is for some reason the plan thus presumes indigeneity. That all proves it's not just a broad critique as the Hantress evidence, but rather a critique of their logic. Think of it like meteorology. The K is not we should stop forecasting the weather entirely, but rather we shouldn't try to predict the exact temperatures and their second and third order effects with certainty, because if not, it calls for other impacts. Now, the framework debate. This is their only out. Judges are policy papers text with assessing whether we should advance new laws. As a debate about the policy analysis that undergirds the 1AC's proposal. Links to the plans are impossible. They're bad for education. The 1 AR extending clash in education hurts them. They should have only gone for fairness because it proves that they have also agreed that there's an intrinsic value in education, which means that if we win that, it proves that the only terminal impact of fairness is an internal link to that portable skill of education, because it's about clash and fairness cannot be solved by a ballot. There's no reason why voting for them sort of justifies that. Education is the only intrinsic benefit of the debates. The semifinals from the NDT, we prepared for hours researching the methodology of the 1ACs and tracking the research practices of different teams for a reason. The reason both Congress and our activity has debates rather than monologues is because we find value in debating about the methodology and assumptions leading to the construction of policies. Yes, it does link to the 1AC methodology. When you're going for class as a precondition is an automatic ballot because they did the impact work for us. Ask yourself, why do we teach novices that alpha qualifications matter? Why do we cut indicts and prodites? Why do we cut card docs for judges? Why do we even read evidence in the first place? Why do you vote on ethics violations? Ultimately, it's because we've all agreed that to some level the understanding and comparing of different frames in policy production is valuable portable skill that takes us onto these complex crises that sort of third humanity. The thing that separates debate from every other activity is the process of gathering, assessing evidence. Debate is most valuable because under our model it can be served an interface between sort of the academic value of debate and the broader political world. This most real world, if a senator stood in front of Congress and said we need to grant legal status to boats because there's a demographic crunch, they would obviously have to explain why they said that, which means that they have to prove that they came to that conclusion even if they win. A measurable small fairness internal link with zero terminal impact. It cannot weigh our education impact because beating this K is not rocket science, especially when it won a fucking NDT. There's a set of qualified researchers and experts that disagree with complex system theory. They simply did not read them, which proves that they don't solve any of their arguments about switch side or broader stuff. Now, the permutation, it does beg the question of fairness, but that is for us, not them. The bottom cards about predictions were all answered above. They prove our argument, not theirs. The deception and co-option is that there's no room for half measures. Social science practitioners must entirely jettison this approach of evidence analysis if we're more any hope to have sort of effective policy making. So that's the Byron, Turner, Raskin evidence. Also, all of our links are suix so when I see the F approach to international relations and its failure causes conflict to escalate. The one here drop the coming evidence that gives us inroads to all their offense directly. Operations do attempt to influence behavior of states without only serve the short term and then cause impact in the long term, like Chinese and Russian subs, because their descriptions of conflict with China, Iran, Russia further demonstrate the link they put to domestic pressures, forcing the states to lash out to the U.S. They neglect the history of mistreatment, inherent drive for prestige, external domestic troubles, economic and economic considerations, which proves our volatility scenario. The 1AC identifies a 1-to-1 relationship between these consistent supplies of goods and stability that resembles sort of teaching economics through a method of supply and demand without actually considering all the factors that play the way that Michigan has misrepresented naval power. In our one-year rehighlightings of Jones and Cardozo proves that the evidence identifies a range of necessary actions that they do not take, which means it's more likely that they cause their impacts and the alt solves theirs.
Just the K. Okay, there we go.
Emory good? All judges? Sweet. Case In some ways, in turns the cake, complexity and stream of forward style to very little concrete application or contextualization of the plan. In our scenarios, concession of the case indicts every portion of the critique. The negative has a burden of rejoinder. They are required to disagree with the specific claims the 1AC, and concessions are taken as truth. Dropping the case invalidates the core premise of every link argument they have made. They cannot assert the 1AC ignores things when they didn't deny the truth. Claims of those internal links. The affirmative is a factually valid linear prediction, which indicts the premise of the links and also demonstrates you're not responsible for a broader closed system, because that requires winning those predictions are fallible. Otherwise, the 1AC operates within that system as an example of an effective prediction. Our word evidence indicates this is how forecasting operates. Policymakers update over time. They compare different scenarios, propose solutions, and observe their efficacy. No sustainability. It is not even close to drop. The 2AC red evidence saying complex thinking is generally meaningless. It can't be contextualized, can't spill up, doesn't change state behavior because no politician knows what it means or acts like it. They have no explanation of the author. 2AC, or rather 2NR, literally just said the phrase sort of better policy over and over with no context, no explanation. Didn't say how they change any of the links they cited about economics or the history of China and U.S. engagement. And there are tons of other dropped impacts like petroleum as well as naval accidents, Hormuz, etc. that I shouldn't have to extend because they were all conceded by the block. Now, their arguments, the author doesn't spill up, can't alter state behavior or change existing linear thinking. The case solves sustainability. They just launch those at ecological and geopolitical fractures, naval power, interdependence via trade, as well as maritime governance and phone ops, all cushion the impact and we solve them now. Their top arguments: 1, no presumption we defended our core predictions. Durable fiat solves their warrants. They asserted the plan is more likely to be the opposite. There is no justification for that. All of our definitions as well. And this illegal rights evidence says the plan is sufficient and it's good enough because it extends the rights of current vessel status. They've dropped specific solvency cards like Kraska and McCarl that are incredibly detailed, describe the process of the plan, say the U.S.'s pioneering move is globally modeled that belligerency rights as well as warship status are all good enough to solve our impacts, asserting that other bureaucrats would do it differently doesn't contextualize the plan because it is fiated as well as our solvency evidence. Second, links are all question begging. The 2NR is equally reliant on linear predictions and consequences. They have impacted their links. They have said it causes ecological unsustainability, etc. That demonstrates they cannot win a plan exclusive framework because to assess a link, you must also assess the case. But the impact of the case is 103. PerfCon, we're not going for it as theory. The point was they don't solve the alternative because the performance of the 1NC in their scholarship to access their class standards still reinforces closed and linear thinking. Every other disadvantage or counterplan engage in the exact same logic they critique. They have no explanation of the alt. You should not fill in those gaps for them. They said scholarship and education matter. They performatively contradict themselves, so they have no means to break that down outside of the alternative. Zero solvency and demonstrates they reinforce the closed system. Now, framework weigh the case against a competitive alternative. 1, fairness. The alternative is effectively a floating pick with a nebulous improved thinking out. The implication of their argument is negative, can sprinkle some doubt in the predictions. The 1AC even say, hey, maybe think this stuff through more. An auto neg ballot that lowers the bar for negative victory way too much, lets the neg to cast doubt instead of disagreement, and effectively deletes rejoinder because the premise of why our predictions are good and accurate is no longer up for contest. If they want to say we thought linearly then be the case proper, they can simply sprinkle in the other stuff and say it's good enough. Trust that better policy with no explanation, no context is enough to solve their offense. Our interpretation still sufficiently solves classroom education as additive, not exclusive. They can still read their critique, but are responsible for joining the implementation of the 1AC. They have no reason why excluding the plan is necessary. They can apply their predictions to particular advantages and link arguments. Our critique are for frameworks effectively a middle ground that permutes their interpretation. It turns their offense. They foreclose better and much more nuanced as well as specific analysis of the 1AC's prediction. Their framework is itself closed system thinking because it says the only consideration should be complexity external to the implications of our politics. You should contest predictions themselves. Our word evidence says this is the process for improving predictions. Our 1AR price evidence says that contingency and context are key. It says that this is the failure of complex legal scholars when they only obsess over endogeneity and variables and complexity in one large mush without any nuance or separation and application of those things. It requires updating and forecast by comparing different possible futures, which our interpretation maximizes fairness, outweighs. The 1AR was very clear here. Debate is a game. It's innately competitive. Everybody wants to win first and foremost. Even if it was more educational, they wouldn't forfeit the ballot. If we offered a discussion to talk about complexity, they drop the fairness paradox. Assessing their framework requires you to fairly consider their arguments and concessions, so it demonstrates there's a prior question about side accessibility for both sides. Also offer impacts on topicality plus the counterplan stuff on the counterplan page demonstrates that AFF ground was an important impact for 1AR quite explicitly said it's a prereq to all of their offense. Ethics violations are distinct and don't apply to our arguments. We vote them because they are unfair. There are also rules violations that implicate the tab room that is distinct from what we did. The link arguments prove our points. They've made specific criticisms of the history to naval power. Assessing those requires assessing the plan. Otherwise, there's a zero impact of any connection towards them. Context, no links, their critiques. The point is that they can't just cherry pick complexity in the abstract, but have to apply it. Otherwise, they haven't demonstrated the 1AC is linear since the case is dropped. And our evidence considered multiple factors, considered variables, directionality, etc., and engaged in that analysis. The 2NR effectively just launches other factors that exist for naval power that does not make the plan less likely to work than not. Second, our class standard link turns the critique. They can still have links into the 1AC. The point is they have to contextualize those to the plan themselves. They don't get links to the 1AC methodology in the abstract. They have to apply them to the plan that still solves their arguments. It turns predictions or 1AR evidence indicates that it makes more effective scholarship because you have to actually engage the politicians in the state that are the ones engaging in closed system, unsustainable thinking now. Otherwise, they're just grasping at straws. Empty academic theorizing has no capacity for spill out. They have an assess how you should compare the alternative to the plan, so heavily error affirmative if we access the plan that is the prior question to assessing it as predictive accuracy, they conceded it, which demonstrates they're poor scholars who weren't able to apply their no predictions arguments to any of the case that outweighs. There's no defense to it proper, so it causes a short-term extinction scenario that turns sustainability and means the case is try or die in the long term. Now, the linked stuff isn't intrinsic to the plan. Our framework arguments above demonstrate that has to come first, otherwise they're gripping at straws. It's unfair to exclude it. Since it is the essence of 1AC offense, it is 9 minutes, it grounds all of our advantages, and the critique effectively allows them to get endless discourse and floating picks that only assess scholarship. You can still do both, but that is far more effective than excluding the plan entirely. Good debate.
I sent the NEG doc.
I can make it if you have this.
some mic is on that people can hear things that people are saying. I just don't know which. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, hey, I hear you. You should do something. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd like to hear. Obviously, this decision is not much we can improve in the future, but just would want to know.
I go to the NEG. I think the very short version of this is that I think the AFF subscription to a linear model of international relations generates intersecting and emerging crises that are very likely to cause extinction. Given the complexity and nonlinearity of international relations, I think the plan is just as likely to cause its impacts as solve them. Instead, I believe I should sort of embrace this complexity and allow as yet unknown policies to emerge, just as the international world system is emergent, defining characteristics that cannot be predicted by any single input. I think that I should allow the alternative policies to be emergent rather than individually named. I think the affirmative's fundamental appeal to specificity does not deal with the application of the negative arguments to the affirmative's internal links and impacts. And I think there's enough of that going on that I think the affirmative sort of falls praise the appeal of linearity and does not recognize the complexity that generates, for example, impacts to people. That's short version. I got a long thing right now. The thing I will say is that I want to thank you all. Judging you all has been an honor, miss you as well. It is not a responsibility I take lightly. Every single time that I have judged everyone in this room, especially Emory, you all have shown me, and everyone else in this room, the best that this activity has to offer. Your creativity, your flexibility, your refusal to care what anyone thinks should be models for everyone in this activity. You are maybe the two best speakers I've ever heard. You have maintained a consistent years-long record of excellence that surpassed nearly every other team that I've seen. You also keep me immensely proud of your achievements. I'm very thankful to both of you.
I'd like to go next just because I want to say some nice things, if that's okay. I'm going to cry, so well, I'll just do it. So, AU, you are a part of like a lot for me. Like the Carrollton kids really look up to you. My dream is to hopefully coach your sister one day. You were a part of the biggest beatdown that I've ever been a part of as a judge, which was when you and Gio beat some like cyberspace kids on the framework at the Frankfurt tournament. I think about that debate a lot. You were so good when you were like 14 years old. And like you've evolved in your career to be just like the funniest debater in the country. You two Grace, just like it's been so impressive to see you all evolve into like very confident, very funny, smart, articulate, hardworking. Just totally been an honor. I am totally unaware if this will be your last tournament or not, but I feel like we've been a part of something kind of special together. It's like I probably should constrain myself against you, to be honest, but I did. So, just like Callahan, thanks for letting me be part of it. Shit. I will send a longer decision, but I voted on the framework. I thought that the win condition as a policy planner was unclear, and the NEG did a really good job of pointing out like the benefits of your model, which is deeper dives into like 180s and assumptions, but I don't think there's sufficient attention to how a judge determines what constitutes a win condition for either side. So in like hypothetical one in your framework, is it just that you have to win some defense? If that's the case, I don't think the NAP can ever win. If it's hypothetical two, which is you have to prove the plan is bad, I think you didn't quite do that in this debate. You have like pretty close to a presumption of how good you don't have it. I'm going to send the rest unless you want a question. Okay.
I can go. I would just say it's also been a pleasure judging you all throughout the course of your college careers. I've also had a chance to coach against you and judge you in high school as well. Those were defining moments and sort of pushing, argumentative thought and really working with students to try and match your spirit and character. These decisions always suck. Though I will say, first-hand experience, semis not so bad. I have a full thing right now. It's in the tab room. You're welcome to Zoom, post around, whatever. But the only thing I'll add to Berger's piece beyond the sort of framework consideration is the really, really powerful and affectively strong technical draws part of the overview of the 2NR. I think they have an argument in the 1AR and the 2AR about burden of rejoinder versus burden of proof. And makes me a little skeptical of sort of wiping away giant chunks of the case with regards to solvency or in terms of possible negative externalities. That, you know, even though I think you're doing a really good job evidence-wise and general theory-wise, makes it tough to sort of deal with like their super short-term scenarios that sort of outweigh. I think that a little bit of push on that flipped view of you know, burden of proof would have been helpful. And then I think the other thing is sort of this whole consideration. I was just really struggling with, you know, you're doing great on the perm, obviously co-option, perm doesn't solve, but a lot of that stuff does solvency. But really just to reiterate, thank you all for, you know, being stars of the 2020s, getting us through the pandemic, and I hope that, I know that every program's in good hands because of sort of the role models that it's been had.
I'll go next. I don't have a ton different from Thur or Bricker. I obviously did not judge any work before, and I'm like bummed about that. This definitely was a fantastic read. I think you should all be super proud of yourselves and the work that you've done to get here. What you all do is not easy, and I think, you know, they can't be taken for granted. I also kind of, as what Thur said, I appreciate you providing the opportunities of your competitors to have someone to kind of have a rival against. Prepping for debates against the four of y'all is what made my debaters want to do the activity. It's like what keeps them slacking at 3 in the morning, and it's like all they think about. So I appreciate you all kind of giving them someone to look up to and someone to want to compete against and want to push them to be better. Substantively, I vote pretty similarly. I think the problem I have is that I think a lot of the explanations that you have for different internal link chains and why they may be linked in the sort of complexity theory things are close, but I don't think they go far enough. I think that the framework arguments that the affirmative makes are substantive and kind of being able to push back against a lot of that, saying that they don't necessarily meet the burden of rejoinder and it's not sufficient to disprove the affirmative. It makes me like question the affirmative, but not quite enough to get there. And I, much like where I have the ballot written up in the tower, so it would be a question that
I really don't have anything to add. I think I decided pretty closely with Tyler. I will say I've got to judge you all multiple times now. It's been an absolute pleasure to you. I mean, your twinsies that I've had the judge has been amazing. I think they're an example that all debaters should strive for. And I know that some of the kids I've been working with this year, I think they really look up to you. They really look up to you, Grace, and I think you all set a great example. And it's really just been a pleasure to watch y'all and see some of the arguments that you put out across the years. And I know that when I was debating last year, we were definitely looking at y'all to try and figure out how we should be preparing. I think that you just set a great example, and I think you're going to be remembered for a long time because of that. Congratulations.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but thank you.
Last thing I'll say is I think it's a testament to your leadership that all this is here. You all have produced a team that is top to bottom stacked with excellence, and that is as much of an achievement